Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! And good evening, and welcome to the stream. And let's see who we have in the chat. Hi, Dave. Hi, Retro Techie. Hi, Jack68K. Welcome to the stream. Tonight's stream, I will be working on the Amiga 1000, and this will probably be the last live stream for it, because there's not much else to do. I know, what a pity. But I have the Amiga floppy drive that Garth sent me. I need to do one thing to it because I realized that I was actually missing a part for the Amiga. That I don't know why it was missing, but I can't find it, and I don't remember unplugging it. But if you'll notice on the bezel, there is a spot for an LED. There's also a spot for the LED on the other side. That's the power LED. I only have one red LED from the computer. So, luckily, because this, and the other thing is this floppy drive doesn't have an LED on it. But luckily, there are two pads on the bottom that are going to be hard to see right there that are for the LED. So I'm hoping if I solder some wires to that, I can attach an LED. And I'm hoping that in my box of parts from Mauser, which has some LEDs in it, I'm hoping that one of the rectangular LEDs I ordered will fit so that I can have an LED. And then, kind of inspired by Action Retro, and possibly foiled by my klutziness, because I just dropped it on the floor. Hopefully these Motorola 68K processors are more durable than I give them credit for, because I just bent pins, so I'll have to get some pliers out. But I have a 68010 processor that you may not... Oh, Retro Techie wants my hat. Well, Retro Techie, I don't know if it'll fit you, but actually, if I can, I will probably have to add a link to the video description. I can tell you where I ordered this hat from, and you can order one to fit your head. And I even have a coupon code. Actually, let me see if I can pull the website up. Ah, here we go. I believe this is the website. So, if you're curious about my hat, you can actually go to Poe & Company and use coupon code. Are you ready for this? This one might be hard to remember. It's coupon code Justin D. Morgan, and that's good for a little bit off. And I probably need to disclaim that I believe is an affiliate link, so I may get a kickback if you use that coupon code. So, well, I guess I now have to mark this stream as sponsored later. Yay! It'd be sponsored in means of, I think that's an affiliate link. But anyways, you can actually order a hat like this. I believe this is the Londonere flat cap. But it, yeah. Well, they were running these on sale, actually, Retro Techie. Anyways, this was actually made in somewhere made in England. So these are actually the real deal. And then the pin I have in my hat was for Made of Fruit. But yeah. So anyways, that is that's the cap I wear. Maybe I'll have to give one of these away sometime. How's that sounding? Hi, Jeremy. Welcome. So anyways, I am trying to remember what I did with my pliers, because now I kind of need them here in a moment. And I apparently, when I cleaned my desk, oh, there they are. Ooh, also, I have something on my desk that's generating static electricity. That's not cool. So, anyways, I got my pliers. Got the bag of Mauser parts, and I have no OBS. I do not want to drag that. Come on. There we go. Let me kind of... There we go. I need to duplicate my scenes in OBS so that when I join Dave's streams, I don't have to keep turning off my overlays to then turn them on during my stream. But that would require me to remember to duplicate them before, a few minutes before starting. So, I have the Amiga 1000, and you might notice that I have started to put it together because I actually got to the point where I just had too many parts strewn apart. But don't worry, I haven't put many of the screws in because I actually had to take some of them out. But I guess if you're wondering, so there's the back panel. Yeah, it needs retro-brighted. No, I'm not going to retro-bright it. No, Retro Techie cannot have it. Put power supply, because the power supply goes in before the motherboard. I've got the daughter card in. You can see the mod I made. I believe it was during Dave's stream for this add-on that you see plugged into the expansion slot. And the chip RAM upgrade that's in the front. So, how much did this machine cost me? That is a very good question, Retro Techie. The Amiga 1000 base system was actually given to me. However, everything I've done to it since I've had to pay for. So this upgrade I've added, which you don't know what it is yet because I haven't revealed it yet. This was $180. And that's the mod. The mod I did was for that. I recapped it. I don't remember how much caps cost. I recapped the power supply, and I don't remember how much those cost. These fans are like $20-some a piece, but they have a 7-year warranty. The amount of UV solder mask I've put on this thing due to flaking off solder mask is impressive. Don't know how many pins are on the expansion port, Jeremy. It's a lot. In fact, I think it's the same number that's on the Amiga 500. In fact, I think the expansion slot on the Amiga 1000 is almost identical to the Amiga 500's. I think it's rotated 180 degrees or something. Yeah. So Retro Techie, actually probably all being told by the time I put my time and parts in it. Yeah, I would say I've probably put about $1,000 into it. That is probably a fair statement. Now, Garth sent me the floppy drive, but I'm about to attach solder a wire to it. So I'll have to go find the wires I was going to use. The 68010 I bought off of UT Source, the source of many of my I would have to count the pins, Jeremy. I don't think it's marked on here, but 86 pins does sound right. 100 pins doesn't. Anyways, let me really quickly fix my boo-boo where I dropped this 68010 on the floor. Now, I was inspired to do this because Sean of Action Retro tried to put a 68010 in a Mac and got absolutely no performance improvement. So I thought, why not try that on an Amiga? Because there is a slim chance that maybe the Amiga might actually show some slight performance improvement. And because I seem to live stream more than create scripted videos, although I'm probably going to try to change that a little bit. I'm also trying to find the coin cell battery that was on my desk, but as I've alluded to, every time I clean my desk, I put things away in the wrong place and then can't find them. Well, I'll just pull another battery out, and then I'll probably find the coin cell that's floating around loose like 5 minutes later. But yeah, I have I don't know if any of those pins are maybe not necessary, because I do know they made expansion chassis for the Amiga 1000 that would let you use Zorro 2 cards. I don't know how they made up for the difference in pins. So it's theoretically possible. Oh, all right. So what I have here are two candidate LEDs from Mauser. They are the closest in size to fitting. Oh, no, haven't sold any of the TI-99s yet. I'm actually thinking about doing something with one of them. So my thought, let me just put it this way. I haven't decided yet, but it would probably not apply to the whole world. Just because those things are rather expensive to ship. So, hi, Thomas. Hello, what's the, I guess the hi-ho, it's off to work you go. Not sung to prevent a copyright notice from the mouse company. All right, so basically what I've got here are two LEDs. They're both supposedly red LEDs, although one of them, the colors seem to be more orange than red. So oh, well, I might keep both of them. I was, though, thinking of giving one away, because I can always get another one. They're actually relatively cheap. But I may keep both of them. Let's see here. I was trying to figure out if there was a way I could power up this LED easily. Oh, actually, there is. Let me see if I can find the wire leads that I forgot to pull out of the box before I started streaming. let's see. Those would work in a pinch. Those will be easier to use. All right. All right. Oh, I'll make do with what I can find really quick. All right, so yeah, I'm going to use a coin cell, but there's nowhere to put the coin cell in the original LED without sticking some pins in the plug, because I wanted to be able to compare them without needing to power up the Amiga to do it. So this is the original LED. I don't know. Actually, I believe, yeah. I think the polarity is going to be this way. So that is actually not a very bright LED. So let me do this. So here's the color of the original Amiga LED. It is, well, it's red. It's not very bright, but it's red. So let's see what we've got, what I was able to find from, oh, hey, K-Mac, welcome. All right, let's see what I was able to find from Mauser that I think will fit the bezel. I might have to sand a little bit off the sides, but no, actually, oh wait, size-wise, that one's pretty nearly perfect. All right, so here's this one. That is a much brighter LED, but it does appear to be the right red color. There's one of these I think is going to be more oranger. Yeah, the original LED might be worn out, and one thing I might do is, as awful as it sounds, I might replace it to match the one I use for the floppy drive. And then this one is the other one. Quite honestly, oh. Oh, quite honestly, they both appear to be the same color. All right, and let me see if I can really, there's those two, and then, yeah, the original LED might very well be worn out. Oh. Or the wires I'm using aren't. Yeah, it's worn out. That's the problem. So I think what I'm going to do, yeah, I think let's see, the first one was this one here. Yeah, I think the first one is the better match. And because I think I mixed them up. All right. Yeah. Yeah, these are the original. So I'm gonna go with the first one. I think it is the redder one. And the wire could be adding some resistance, yes. Okay. That is true. But I think what I'm going to do, because it could just be a tired old LED, is replace it. Maybe, carefully. Should require me to carefully remove the shrink wrap on it, because I don't know that this LED wire has tons of extra length. But anyways, so I think that's what I'll do. So let me go ahead and get the Amiga out of the way here. If I can find a safe spot for it. I don't know if there's little safe spots around here. Everywhere is in my potential path of destruction. And the good thing is the new LEDs do fit. They're kind of loose, but let me put the original back in. Yeah, because I think the original LED is a little wider. Oh, well, actually, I think I just figured out why the old LED was worn out. The pin just broke. There was high resistance in the wire, probably because the pin was on the verge of breaking. So, all right. This is no longer a case of I'm going to willingly replace that LED. Now I am forced to replace the LED. I'm trying, yeah, they're just take the resistor off, then it will be plenty bright. All right. Well, let me see if I can't remove this heat shrink tubing here. So I can have the maximum amount of wire. There we go. Oh, wow. I think I see why Commodore put heat shrink on it. It's not the greatest soldering job on the end of that LED. I'd be ashamed of that myself. All right, so I will... Okay. I got that off. I'll desolder the old LED. I will put the new LED in. And then I will... Hi, Jay, welcome. And then I will put the... what I'm going to do for the new LED is I'm just going to... use I guess, plug it into one of these. I'm not going to try soldering the wire end on. So, to make it easier. But I'll have to solder it on the floppy drive side. Let's see here. And warm up the soldering iron. So, tonight I will be using my Hacko FX888D station because you all might know that I bought an FM202 off eBay, had bought an FM2027 handle off Amazon, and during a live stream where I was struggling to solder, Jay noticed that it didn't seem like my iron was getting hot enough, so I switched back to my FX888D. Well, come last week, Hacko had their customer appreciation sale day, and I decided to just break down and buy a brand new FX951. Was like, okay, well, that certainly will work. So I get that, put the FM2027 handle I had on that brand new station, which should be calibrated from Hacko and same heating problem. So apparently the problem is the handle, I would presume. I'm actually wondering if I got duped into buying a counterfeit Hacko handle off Amazon. So unfortunately, I'm well past the return period. Although if I can somehow prove that it's counterfeit, maybe I'll still try to return it. Tell Amazon that I don't think this was a legitimate handle, but I want to be able to prove it if I go for that route. All right, so let me see here. I've got some heat shrink tubing here. Let me cut some off. Let me grab my flush cutters that are worn out because I cannot find the newer ones that I bought. I know I've got somewhere. I want to trim these pins down just a little bit. See here. That's the longer pin that I don't, and so I remember the polarity. This one I'm going to cut a little shorter. There we go. And yeah, if I ever have to replace the LED again, yeah, I'll just use the pins. This one, though, I kind of got to solder because I don't have another way. Okay. So kind of twist the wire around the LED lead like so. Find that it's really not twisted well. Oh well. All right. And then blob the solder on. Oh, hi, 1-Bit Fever Dreams. Your SE recap job. Well, funny you should mention that. Maybe this will encourage you to do it. Oh. Oh, yeah. I feel your pain. I'm recapping mine. I'm going to just go for it. This arrived today, but there we go. So yeah, there's for the Sony CR44M power supply. It's in my SE. This was kind of expensive, but look at that big chonker of a capacitor. It just scares me looking at it. And there's the logic board axial cap kit. Maybe I don't need it, but, well, I'm a glutton for punishment. And then there's the analog board kit, including a wonderful new, I think that's a, oh, that might just be a, that might not be a safety cap. Anyways, there you go. I'm going to recap my SE. I may not recap the logic board either, but I'll take a closer look at it while I'm doing it. I mean, Bruce does say that normally the SE logic boards are good, but and I would agree, but then again, it might still need it. All right, there we go. We got one leg. Yeah, I guess my soldering job there is not really that much better than Commodore's, but, well, if someone looks at it, they'll think Commodore did it. Oh. Yeah, well, I just have an SE, but anyways, I'll be recapping my SE at some point. I haven't decided if I'm going to do it as a live stream or potentially as a video. But I may do it as a live stream, but we'll see. I know I've got another two cap kits coming from Console 5. I probably will recap what it's for as a video. Because it's a special computer. It might even be the computer that I alluded to during Trina's stream last night that I'm still not going to admit to what it is tonight. There's one person that does know, and I have not seen that person show up in the chat yet. They are sworn to secrecy. Whoops. Well. Wow, that was a complete epic soldering fail there. Let's try that again. Oh, Retro Techie, it'll just, I will admit it when the time comes. The reason I'm not admitting it yet is because it's a rather special computer. Well, you know, this, oh, I did solder, but that is like the worst looking soldering job in the world. Oh, maybe I should try some flux. All right, let's see what that... Yeah, that still looks awful, but less so. All right, well, let me clean the flux off now because just because it's no clean flux doesn't mean you don't have to clean it. It's one of the great paradoxes of the world. No clean flux should probably more accurately be called you don't have to clean it right away flux. Well, it's not the prettiest, but it'll work. Yeah, shrink wrap covers a multitude of messes. Yeah, that's just what I'm going to do. In fact, actually, Commodore's original soldering job was a mess, too. And they used shrink wrap to cover it, so why not? All right. Yay. All right. Let me go get some, let me get some hot air. Let me make sure I plug it into the correct surge protected outlet. I'm sure my all right, so I just set this to a temperature where I'm hoping it'll shrink fairly quickly. While we wait for the shrink wrap to shrink, I will remind everyone to smash that like button if you haven't already, and if you haven't subscribed, well, what are you waiting for? Because even though this is the, hopefully will be the last working on the Amiga 1000 live stream I have, I do have some ideas for videos about it. And who knows, maybe I might do some gaming live streams from it. So if you don't subscribe, you might miss out on all that Amiga fun. And I would like to just plug my current coffee goal. So my coffee goal for August is to get a Floppy Emu to help me repair computers. So, no pressure if you can't, but I thought I would at least plug that because I'm sometimes awful about plugging my coffee because my channel is not large enough for all the fun features like super chats and super stickers and super thanks and sponsors that have very awkward product placements. So your generous channel support helps me to possibly not even have to bother with those awkward product placements. No offense to channels that have official sponsors, because I do know those are necessary, because these parts don't pay for themselves. In most cases, I guess, unless you happen to find the original Apple I hiding in a yard sale. And my advice, if you do find the original Apple I hiding in a yard sale, you should probably just pay the sticker price and go. Don't try to haggle, because they might figure out what they've got. This has been Yard Sale Advice with Justin. Tune in next time when I'll tell you how much you should pay for the knickknacks that have nothing to do with computing. Spoiler alert. Save that money for the computing stuff at the yard sale. Hi, Eric. Welcome. All right, I'm just trying to see if I have some shrink wrap. Well, I know I've got shrink wrap. It's the question of, do I have the size that I am looking for? Actually, I might have that in my drawer. There we go. There it is. Yeah, that's the diameter I'm looking for. All right, so I am going to take this wire and I'm going to... Oh, that's right, Eric is camping right now. Yes, well, I hope the fact that you're joining us is just that you're having a good time, but decided that you'd pop in because you just thought you'd check your email to make sure that no one was trying to get a hold of you saying that, like, something was going wrong at your house. So Glad you could stop in and enlighten us and let us know if you discovered any new camping food recipes that are just like okay, you gotta try this because, and I can't even wait till my next stream. You gotta try this recipes, or the don't bother recipes. All right. So the floppy drive. All right. Just to make sure I get this LED wire put on correctly. Let me take a look at the, okay. So it looks like the anode should be on this side here, because it looks like the stripe on the symbol's there. Also, it looks like that is a ground plane right there. And I'm hoping this has a current limiting resistor already on it, because there's nowhere I can attach it to. So, all right. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to use the solder that's already there to try to tack these wires down. And I think I'm going to start with the positive wire, and then I'll put a little more on. Actually, I got a better idea. I'm going to tin the wires, hopefully, and then I will put them on. Although, they're probably not going to tin very well, but it might tin better if I put flux on them. And I'll just, let's try this. All right. Let's put some flux on the wire. Luckily, I have some extra flux on the mat here that you can't see. And then put some solder on my soldering iron. So let me just, actually, let me just do this. There we go. There we go. That's better. Sometimes you just have to add flux. That'll help the solder wick. I thought I would tin those wires, and then I'll clean the flux off of them because I don't want to get the floppy drive wet. And then hopefully I can just tack these two wires down, and then I'll find something to put on top of it to just kind of give it a bit of anti-strain or strain relief. Probably some Kapton tape. That's not working very well. I might need to freshen up that solder on that pad too. All right, let's try this. There we go. All right, freshen up the solder. Actually, let me find the Kapton tape. I might need to use that to add some strain relief to this wire while I'm trying to solder it. Well, Eric, it is hopefully close to being fixed, I hope. And the whole reason I'm soldering these two wires here on the floppy drive in the first place is because the Amiga originally had an LED for the floppy drive, and I think the floppy drive had been replaced in the Amiga before I got it. And the reason I think that is because I don't think it had the LED, the original LED present. In fact, I think the LED may have plugged into the floppy drive, and there is nowhere on the floppy drive that was in the Amiga for you to plug in an LED. Well, that was embarrassing. Well, I was going to use the red for positive and the brown for negative, but, well, it would appear as if the LED wire had a different opinion. I managed to successfully solder the red wire to the ground. So, oh well. All right, well, I will... Oh, and all this while I'm trying not to melt the three wires that I just slightly singed. Wonderful. But I think they're fine. All right. Well, I knew there was a risk to doing this. My fallback plan, if I do manage to mess this floppy drive up, is to put the GoTech in the Amiga. Although that causes other problems because, well, first of all, I only have one GoTech, and second of all, none of the 3D models fit the screen that's on my GoTech. All right. I think those are all stationary parts there, I think. Although that one, nope, that's actually a moving part. I do not want to put the Kapton tape on that. So let me... This black plastic piece moves, so that is not a good place to put Kapton tape. I just want to add some strain relief to this. So let me cut a new piece of Kapton tape. And I'll mangle it while cutting it, so I will yet again cut a new piece of Kapton tape. There we go. And we'll go. All right, I think that will add just a little bit of strain relief to those wires, and we'll still let everything that needs to move. All right. So now, let me go ahead and put the... Oh, yay, thunderstorm. Oh, the weatherman did say that there was a chance of isolated thunderstorms tonight. Would appear as if the probability of isolated thunderstorms in this area just went up to 100%. Actually, this shrink wrap is... See here? I'm just putting shrink wrap on around the LED to keep the leads from shorting on anything. Although these pieces of shrink wrap are... Let me trim the LED leads down because they're kind of too long. All right, so this one's a longer one. And that's the shorter one. There we go. Actually, bear with me one moment as I trim the... Actually, if I trim that in half, that will be just about right. Actually, I was not even sure it was going to storm today because it was actually rather pleasant. Not too hot, not too cold. But, well, that's not a guarantee you won't get a thunderstorm. I mean, it felt like it was in the low 80s today. And, like, not too terribly humid. All right. There we go. There's the floppy drive LED. Let me shrink the heat shrink tubing up. And the nice thing about this is if I put it in backwards, then I can just flip it around. This heat shrink's not going to shrink so small that I won't be able to flip the LED leads. This is just mainly to keep them from shorting against anything in casual contact. All right. So hopefully that will restore the missing functionality. The fact that the floppy drive LED was missing from this system. Because I know these systems shipped with it because I've seen videos on YouTube of people booting these, and you can see that the floppy LED does, that there is a floppy LED, so the system theoretically had one at one point. All right. Now, the other trick will be to... I'll have to carefully route this. Actually, that might work. I'll probably add a zip tie. Okay, so first I'm going to boot this without the 010 processor in it because I want to get a baseline. So I plugged in the LED, and then I'm just going to slip it in the faceplate. Actually, I think with the shrink wrap on it, it feels a little bit... Well, it's actually, this one's going to be a little loose because it's not quite the same size as the original. I got ones that are as close as they make, but I think the original ones were just a little bit thicker. Oh, that's right. And actually, the faceplate, and the reason why I had trouble fitting this on is because the faceplate goes on before the RAM expander. Normally. I just want to slip this into place to make it easy. Actually, the method I devised for the floppy drive LED is actually causing problems. I may have to actually solder the LED directly to the wires. There we go. I think that... All right. Maybe not. Maybe I did get it into place. All right, so let's see if... All right, so let me plug in the video. And let's see here. I got power. And I'm not going to plug in the keyboard and mouse because I'll power this up, see that it boots, and no, actually I do need to plug this in because I was going to run a benchmark. I was going to run a quick benchmark because we'll install that 68010 processor. All right, power cable's in, floppy drive is in. The, let's see here. Let me grab the keyboard and mouse. Actually, I just need the mouse. Therefore, I'm just going to use the mouse. All right, let's see here. Put the mouse into port 1. And let's go to capture input. So let's see, 3, 2, 1. All right, the LED, power LED looks pretty good. And it is going to so do not worry. It is booting. Or I think it's booting. Well, okay, let me pull the upgrade out. Take a look at it. I didn't accidentally flip the switch. The SD card is plugged into it. Oh, maybe it wasn't plugged in all the way. All right, let's try that again. Well, that's odd. All right, well, let me give it a minute. I thought it, well, the thing is, it's not booting from a floppy drive, Jeremy. It's booting from, it should be trying to boot from the micro SD card in the upgrade I haven't mentioned yet, which I do know works because I had it running. I thought it actually booted faster than this. Oh, there we go. Oh, wait. Oh, that's a workbench prompt. That could... Well, I guess I'm going to have to. Well, all right, so I'm going to have to do this in 2 phases. Because it would appear as if maybe the micro SD card image got corrupted. Because it kept flashing in it looked like it was repeatedly trying to boot off of it. Okay. All right. I believe, now that I've pulled the upgrade, I believe if I power it up without the upgrade in, I should get a kickstart prompt. And I can tell you that the LED is not working. So apparently I might have put the LED in backwards. I think this kickstart disk has gone bad. Oh, maybe not. Because there we go. There's the workbench prompt. Unfortunately, to run the benchmark this way, I'll have to plug the GoTech in. Fortunately, I do have the GoTech here. Unfortunately, I don't think the GoTech has the Amiga images on it right now. Or actually, maybe it does. That's right, it does. Never mind. All right, well, while we wait for that to boot, I'm going to tin my soldering iron and power it off. Okay, let me see if I can sort the LED first. All right, looks like I might have put the LED in backwards, or maybe those pads just don't work as an LED. All right. All right, so I've got the faceplate off so I can flip the LED leads around here real quick. All right, and I'm just going to leave the faceplate off because I'll be able to see the LED. All right. Oh, there we go. I think the LED might... I'll go to table cam because I might be able to show the LED. All right, so that should be kickstart. Well, that... Oh, I need to go to capture input. Oh. The reason why I'm not using the GoTech is because, well, I have one GoTech. So if I put it in the Amiga, it's going to be stuck in the Amiga. The other reason is, so all right, hold on just a second. I want to try something while we're, maybe I broke the LED. I'm going to try another LED while I let Workbench load. Also possible the pads on the bottom of that floppy drive are... Yeah, that LED's not turning on. Well, that's disappointing. Well, I guess maybe I just, if the... All right, I guess I'll probably remove those remove the LED from the floppy drive because it's not working. Although the floppy drive doesn't seem to be working, or I've grabbed the wrong workbench disk one. Anyways, so what I was trying to get to, the reason I haven't put the GoTech in is because it needs a bracket to install it in the Amiga. So I have printed 2 different brackets for the GoTech that are on Thingiverse. So these are Amiga 1000 GoTech mount brackets. I'm trying to figure out where there's a P. Oh. Anyways, I'm looking for the piece that goes to this. Oh, no, actually, I think it's... So there's this model here that you put the OLED screen in here, and you put the board on, and you just use the 2 buttons. There's no provision for the rotary dial. And then there's this bracket here that's also on Thingiverse that you have to glue on the little OLED holder somehow. It does have a place for the rotary dial that sticks out the eject button. And this is the flash floppy GoTech I bought off eBay. So the OLED that came with it is the wrong size for that one. And that's the wrong size for that one. Let's see here, one of these adapters, I think it's this one, it allegedly links to the OLED display and rotary dial that the bracket's designed for, but the OLED display link is the rotary dial link. So, and I have no idea what OLED display this one's for. I don't know that it said. So these brackets are no good. I don't have the patience to adjust STL files. I'll be honest. And no, Jeremy, well, I have 3 3D printers. None of them are currently in working state because one of them is still sealed in the box, and the other 2 are sitting beside me. One of which got disassembled in shipping, and I have to put it back together. Although I think I finally have all the pieces. And the other one has an unknown problem that I fell for ordering a tool off of Facebook that might help me fix the problem, because I think I know what the problem is. It's probably the simplest problem in the world, if my guess is correct. I think the extruder's clogged. I think that's the only problem with it. But it just is not my favorite thing to fix. Maybe y'all might convince me to work on a 3D printer during Dave's stream on Sunday. But back to the Amiga that's apparently decided that it doesn't want me to end live stream series on it. Okay, so this LED I put on the floppy drive is not working. Also, in order to run the benchmark to even see if the 68,000 processor is going to work. Oh, you know, I might do a little probing on this. I'm wondering if there's a, I'm wondering if there's not a current sense resistor on that board. I may need to add a resistor. That might be why the LED is not working. Okay, we'll come back to that in a moment. I could very easily be convinced to work on a 3D printer during Dave's stream. I just need more than Dave saying that sounds like a plan. You know, there's one YouTuber that like says silly things like, if I get half a bazillion likes on this video, I'll do this other completely silly thing. So maybe I could do the, if I get half a bazillion likes on this video, just kidding. If I get 10 likes on this video, I'll work on the 3D printer during Dave's stream. That's a totally doable number. And in fact, I won't leave Dave's stream unless the power goes out, or I fix a 3D printer, or it hits 7 o'clock, because I call family at 7 on Sundays. So, yeah, how's that for a deal? I gotta get 10 likes on this video. Actually, I'll probably work on a 3D printer during Dave's stream, even if I only get 9 likes, because that actually sounds like a good idea to me, too. See, all that for nothing. All right. So I've got the GoTech connected. All right. I'm at 9, yep. I am somewhat disappointed that my Parcero, which is the upgrade I hadn't named yet, I'm kind of disappointed it won't boot tonight for some reason. Oh, that must not be the... There's the kickstart. Yeah! Oh well, it looks like I'm working on a 3D printer during Dave's stream. Yay! Well, that might be the encouragement I need to set up the new overhead rig over my workbench. To give me a little extra room for working on 3D printers. All right, so I'm just going to go ahead and boot into sysinfo. We'll run the benchmark, and then I'll pop the 68010 processor in. Why is Kickstart upside down? What do you mean? Why is Kickstart upside down? I thought Kickstart was right side up. Now you've got me curious. Kickstart was upside down? The image. That's not... That's how it looks on the Amiga 1000. Because I think the reason it's upside down is because they were going for it looking like you were holding the disc like this. So yeah, it's upside down because they went quite literal for this. yeah, that's which is why I was confused when you told me it was upside down, because that's how it looks. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes the literal representation is the confusing representation. Also, while I wait for sysinfo to boot, so I can run my benchmark and then try the processor, I'm looking on this floppy drive to see if I can see where the LED trace is running on the board, because I'm suspecting that there is a current limiting resistor that is not present on the board because the LED was not populated, and I actually do see a spot on the board for a resistor, and it might actually be connected to the LED. So, and actually, it looks like I might. It's a size that I might actually have a resistor for. So I'll have to connect the ohm meter and see. Okay, so let's see what the benchmark looks like on the stock Amiga 1000, 68,000, 8 megahertz. Without the parse arrow, because that might affect it. So we are a 1.04. Chip speed versus A600, which is weird. Okay, 1.04. You know, that's a nice thought, Retro Techie, but I think if I was secretly rich, I would have an Amiga 4000 and a Power Mac 9600 Kansas revision. And I'm trying to think of some other unobtainium computers. Yeah, probably a Lisa. I don't think I'd be bidding on that Apple One board that's currently up for auction because, quite honestly, I agree with Adam that it's broken in half and missing all the interesting chips. So I probably wouldn't be bidding on that. I would have probably instead bid on a different Apple One. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still waiting to maybe someday win the New Year's raffle that the lottery puts on that has the best chance of winning. But of course, you first have to buy a lottery ticket to. You have to buy a ticket to have a chance at winning. And second of all, I'm sure the state still rakes in plenty of money, even though it does. I mean, the odds are still stacked against you, but, well, it does have the best odds of all the lottery games they offer. Then again, they only offer it once a year, and it's, as Dave Ramsey would put it, it's a stupid tax. Because most people are going to part with their $20, and yeah, they're going to part with their $20, and they will see $0. So, no, the overalls are more of a sign of they're more comfortable than my pants. All right, so I've got a 68010 processor in here. Woohoo! It's an upgrade that only Action Retro and plenty of other people have tried. But maybe not in an Amiga. Oh, actually, I think people have done it in an Amiga 1000. No, these are not Gucci overalls. These are... Hi, Joe! Welcome! My Amiga is not cooperating as well as I hoped it would tonight. Wrong disk. I had to pull my upgrade out that auto boots because I think the SD card got corrupted. Anyway, so I guess the one good thing is the 68010 does appear to be a 68010. Or at least it's a... Ah, there we go. What do you know? It is a 68010. All right, and let's see. Drum roll. Oh, actually, I got a better drum roll. Of course, I know the benchmark's going to be up on the screen, but drum roll. 1.05. Yeah, that's that would appear to be a wash. All right. You've seen it right here. 68010 in an Amiga 1000. People might have done it because it was faster, but I think we got 0.01 of a difference, which is basically a wash. And if I run it again, I bet it will get 1.04. Yes, and Joe, you've been sworn to secrecy for the time being. Other than, obviously, it's fine that you admitted that you recognized the pool noodles. I'm sure people are now going to be guessing what this mystery item is that I don't want to admit to yet because it's a special project. I know, I did it. I did something. 1.08 times faster. Well, now I was looking at this chip speed versus the A600. Not this number. I'd have to go back and look. I am... Well, I did get the comment, getting better. You know, I think what I'm going to have to do, and it would help if I grabbed the right mouse. Well, it is a minute increase. You know, I think I'm just going to leave it in. Why not? There we go. It might be a minute increase, but I'm going to take it. Plus, that gives me a 68,000 processor that I can use somewhere else if I need to. All right. It is a minute increase. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Joe just spoiled it. Joe sent me pool noodles. He sent me a whole box of pool noodles because he knew how much that I wanted to be able to do drumsticks with huge, unwieldy drumsticks. So, yeah. I mean, if I'd had a moment, I would have taken like some picture of the item just to kind of make people wonder what it was, because there's angles of the item I could have picked that you still wouldn't know what it is, and you'd just be scratching your head. And I know you all are just like, oh, come on, why don't you reveal it? Nope, it's a special project. I will reveal it in time. Yeah. 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 Roger's, I don't think Roger's buying our explanation that I got a box of pool noodles from Joe. I don't think he's buying it one bit. All right. So I got a 68010. That's the last upgrade. All right, let's figure out this floppy drive. Let me get the Amiga 1000 out of the way. Let's see if I can figure out if there's like a current limiting resistor that's missing. And that might be why the LED wasn't glowing. You know, I could give folks another spoiler alert. I'm sure there's a way you could maybe figure out what it might be. I don't know. You might just have to, like, look around. Not around my basement, though. You can't see it. It is most definitely off camera. You can look around other places. You might be able to guess it. I won't admit to it, though. Yes, maybe I just indirectly announced a scavenger hunt. And no, the prize is not what I got. Nope, nope, nope. The thing I got is going on the special table. Ah, there we go. I got it. The first person that can correctly guess, other than Joe can't guess because he knows what it is. Joe's going to get a shout out anyways because he sent it to me. So, first person to guess what it is gets a shout out in the video about it. There we go. That's the prize for the scavenger hunt. I know Retro Techie's probably typing at this very moment. That's not a very good prize. Just send it to me. And if he wasn't, he is now. That was an autocorrect fail there. I have no idea if cats like pool noodles. I'm not going to comment on the other item. All right, so I'm just going to see if there's maybe a current limiting resistor hanging around here somewhere. Also double check I didn't like short these two together. So if you're wondering what multimeter I use, it is a fluke meter. Oh, wow. That's a pretty high resistance there. Actually, I may have just figured out why the LED's not glowing. So I just put the multimeter on those two pads on the board. There should be an LED between them. Oh. Never mind. Let's see here. Positive, negative. Oh. Okay, I did try both orientations of this LED. At the moment, though, is in backwards. Which is why the multimeter is showing me like 8 mega ohms resistance. Okay. Now it should show me a much more sensible resistance between these two leads. In fact, the LED might even glow faintly. No, never mind. That is... Oh, nope, I had the LED incorrectly the first time. Because now that was open. You know, there might be something wrong with one of these wires. Okay, so that... 8... Was that 8 mega ohms or... Oh, hold on. Let me check what the resistance was again. No, that is 8 mega ohms. That doesn't seem right. I mean, I know that I'm going to have a resistance. 8 mega. Well, that explains it. Wow. Hi, Bruce. Yeah, I know. There's only one person in the stream because, I don't know, I'm a glutton for self-punishment. Also, one reason why the LED didn't glow is there's some ridiculously high resistance in these two wires, which doesn't make any sense. Other than apparently maybe the two wires are broken. Did I manage to find the two broken wires in my box? Okay, so what is the resistance to this LED? This LED resistance is 7 mega ohms. Wait a minute. No, I am in ohms. Hi, Starbuck Tech. Alex, hi. I'm trying to keep up with the chat. I do apologize if I've managed to miss anyone. And Bruce, welcome. I'm currently trying to figure out why this LED wire I tried to add to my floppy drive so I'd have a working LED on the faceplate of the Amiga 1000, why it's seemingly not working. And I am reading ridiculously high resistances. I'm also trying to see if there's like a unpopulated current limiting resistor, although I think these high resistances are probably why it's not working. All right. It's a big M, Joe. It is mega ohms. Yeah, my fluke meter doesn't do milliohms, or at least not that I know of. Oh, it does have a diode check mode, though. There we go. Let's run the diode check mode on the LED that I tried to use, because it's showing a high resistance, but that might be correct. Let's see what the voltage drop is on it. 1.6 volts. I think that's correct for a red LED. Because I know, or it's at least a sensible number. And then in the other direction, yep. Okay, yeah, 1.6 volts, yeah. That's correct for a red LED, because they're usually about 1.8 volts drop. Okay, so the LED appears to be working. All right. So I'm removing this shrink wrap that I ever so lovingly added so that I can hopefully or I can just clip these off and solder the wires and whatnot. All right, I'm just going to solder the LED on if I figure this out. Let me give myself a lot of wire for twisting around the LED lead. All right, there we go. All right. So without the LED on, I put the probe there on the positive terminal. And I left it on diode mode. I've got a beepity beep beep. All right. And yeah, it was showing like a nearly 0 voltage drop. Like 0.0005 voltage drop. Yeah. Okay, so that looks good. Maybe the... All right, so the resistance I have here is about 0.5 ohm. Not the greatest wires in the world. That's 0.3. Okay. So there might be something wrong with this red wire. 0.3 is what it usually reads when I don't put it in relative mode, and ohm out 0.3. Okay. All right. Let me solder on the LED again, and hopefully I get it right. All right, so let me get some new heat shrink. And see here. Trim these leads down. See, that's the longer lead. It's the shorter lead. Let me go back to diode mode and just double check that I have this correct. 1.6, all right. Twisty-do the wire around that. Apply a little bit of the magic flux. Disclaimer, it's not really magical, it's chemistry at work. And oh, wow. Rudy, are you trying to use PayPal or Stripe? Because I'll have to look into it. Because I definitely will look into it. I didn't realize there was a problem. Because if it's PayPal, I'm actually, if it's PayPal, I kind of suspect the reason might be PayPal's just being PayPal. But I might be able to fix it. If it's Stripe, then that probably means that I forgot to check a check mark on the to accept international payments. And I might be able to like fix that real quick for you. Ah, PayPal. Okay. Let me Yeah, I guess let me solder this on, and then I'll ooh, actually that actually looks a little better than the first LED. All right. Now let me I'll check that real quick. All right, let me check my actually let me log in with that, get a code. Oh, probably don't have any okay, let's check this. It might actually be something I did by accident, potentially. You know, payments. No, it's not payments. Earn seller tools. Payment receiving preferences. Oh, Rudy, I apologize. It is my fault. Okay, Rudy, I think I fixed it. Hopefully it might take a moment, but apparently I had made some changes to my PayPal account at one point when eBay actually used PayPal for payments. But since eBay now uses managed payments, the settings I don't need them anymore. So I think I now have enabled payments in non-US currencies and payments from international PayPal accounts. So I do apologize for that, but the setting is somewhat hidden if you don't think to go look at the settings tab. But I had the account set that way when eBay actually used PayPal for payments, because I at the time I was selling things that I was not shipping internationally, and that was the only way to stop certain people that were trying to circumvent the system, i.e. try to pull the fast one on you by their shipping it to a freight forwarder, and then they're going to claim that they never received it. But I don't need that setting anymore. Yeah. Actually, Rudy, the people north of Buffalo are awesome. I actually hope to get to Canada one day. It is not Canada, but that I was actually, but unfortunately, the way PayPal has it, at least if you just have a personal account, it's a yay or nay setting. It's you either allow non-US accounts or don't. I think if you have a business account, you might actually be able to fine-tune it, or maybe that's where PayPal expects your shopping cart to do it. But now that eBay switched to eBay managed payments, it's a moot point. Because I think even if you pay with PayPal with eBay managed payments, you're still paying eBay, and then eBay pays the seller, even though in that case it would certainly just make a lot more sense for you to pay the seller directly. But I guess eBay is going to be eBay, and eBay wants to make sure they get their cut, and that Kapton tape is not going to do anything. All right, so now that I have fixed the LED, and it actually, I think I actually left enough wire on it that it soldered nicely. Actually, I guess before I bother putting this back together. Oh, yay, I think Joe's SE30 board is fixed, or the SE30 board that Joe is fixing. Maybe that might be more accurate. Woohoo! Thank you, Rudy. Oh, I'm in resistance mode. That was all right, awesome, Rudy. That is that will and it looks like I put the LED in correctly, which is awesome, awesome. Yes, that will actually. Oh, I'm getting close to my Floppy Emu goal, which will be great. 77% of the way there. I might be able to get it before the month is out, which will be good because I'll tell you all what. It might come in handy for the mystery project. See, there you go. I gave you all a spoiler. Now, for more spoilers, you'll just have to, like, maybe, I don't know, read my blog. Oh, did I just say too much, maybe? Don't worry. All right. Let's see if the floppy drive LED works now that I have soldered the LED onto the wires instead of trying to use those the push connectors, which probably weren't making good contact, or there's a current sense resistor missing or something like that. And Joe, thank you. I will have a Floppy Emu probably before, at this point, before next week is out. Oh no. I think I broke a little plastic peg, but that's fine. No one will see it. As my grandmother says, no one will know 1,000 years from now. Oh, did I plug the wrong? Oh, no, I probably didn't. Oh, there we go. Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, my Amiga was giving me a flash code. That's weird. Hold on. The power LED was flashing, and I didn't even think to count the number of flashes. All right, let me see. Let me see. I probably have something plugged in backwards. Okay, floppy drive looks fine. Might have to... Okay, that would be really funny if that 68010 processor gave me one boot and is now dead. That would just be, or that would actually not be very funny. Weird. Okay. I don't know what the problem was, because I really didn't do anything. Yeah. Well, the LED still doesn't work. Well, I guess the floppy drive is just not going to have an LED, or I'll have to... Oh, wow. That is... Hold on. Hold, please. Yeah, I looked at it wrong. I think I've tricked myself into using the wrong version of Kickstart. You know, that... Because I figured out why that Kickstart disk never really works that well, and I'll have to... Ah, okay, this is probably the version that works. I'll, No. Okay, I think I figured out two things. First thing, both of my original Kickstart floppy disks are bad. Second thing, the LED still doesn't work. I think I'm going to have to take the voltmeter, flip it over carefully and take the voltmeter and see if there's even or the oscilloscope and see if there's even a signal. I'm cleaning the floppy drive. It's possible the floppy drive needs cleaned. Yeah, it would appear as if the Amiga is just giving me so much trouble. I don't think it's the 68010 processor, because it works fine with the Gotek. So something tells me I don't know, maybe this... Maybe the floppy drive is... maybe I did something to the floppy drive putting the LED in. Okay, let me let the heads dry. Then I'll try the real kickstart disk one more time. And if that doesn't work, then I'll probably go to plan B, which is find a way to put the GoTech in the Amiga. Because at least the thing about the GoTech is, and I might see if I can't try it, but it has an LED on it, so I can probably connect the LED and have a working front panel LED, so you know when the disk is booting. And maybe I can figure out what OLED the adapter is really trying to use. It'd also be really nice if I could figure out why my Parseo is not working, but... Okay, let's see. I'm going to try the kickstart 1.2 again. Because, well, it's so much closer to 1.3 than 1.1 is. Oh. Okay, that kickstart disk is bad. All right. Well, okay. If I got bad kickstart disks, then, well, there's no sense trying to prolong that. So apparently soldering the LED to this floppy drive. Oh, that's right. I was going to try to very carefully figure out if there's even a signal going to... Oh, wait a minute. If I'm not... So, oh, and actually the thing is I do have a helping hands. I just neglected to pull it out. So I thought for a simple wire I could just use the silicon mat. Not the greatest solder job, but it's not shorted. I did kind of singe these wires here, but the floppy drive is seemingly working, although I guess I might have damaged those wires, and maybe that's why the floppy drive's not working, and maybe my attempt to have an authentic Amiga 1000 experience has been foiled by me trying a simple mod to the floppy drive. Well, okay. It'll be very difficult for me to show on stream, but let me at least make sure that these 3 wires that I singed are still making contact. So let's see, the red one is there. Well, that's weird. Oh, let me go to ohms mode, not diode mode. Okay, so the white wire going to the magnetic sensor is making contact. All right. The middle wire is making contact. And the other wire is making contact. Well, the wires are seemingly making contact. I don't think I damaged them. I think I just kind of blackened the insulation. All right. All right. Let's see if I can't. You know, I bet this floppy drive will not work if I turn it upside down. Let me instead see if I can't. Actually, I know. Here's what I'm going to do. I just want to see if there's... So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the voltmeter, because I should see a voltage between there and ground. If I attempt to, and I don't need a working disk to do this, I just want to see, is there a voltage? It's possible that maybe the current's just not high enough for that resistor. I'm hoping I'll at least see if I see a voltage, then maybe it's just too little current. So I'll just go between, or I'll see only like 4 millivolts, which is definitely not enough. 20 millivolts. Five millivolts. Well, yeah, that's why the LED is not working. All right, let's see here. Not enough forward voltage. There's probably a component that's not populated that. Well, I can see where the signals are originating. You know, I might be able to figure this out. All right, let's do a little exploring. My theory is there's a something that's not populated related to the LED. Because why populate a component that's needed only to run the LED when you make thousands of these for Commodore, you will save a few cents per drive by not populating it, which adds up, which means someone got a bonus that year. So I think if I look here, and it would help if I go to ohms mode. And actually, why don't I do this here? Second that, let's see here, go to at least you can see what I'm seeing here. All right, and then let me go to relative mode, so at least, all right. I realize the Kaiweets multimeter is a fully featured multimeter at a budget price, but it doesn't have a serial port. So this is my fluke meter, and the serial out on my fluke meter is going to a program on my computer that's then turning it into a voltmeter-like display, because I gave up with trying to point a webcam at it. Well, actually, the plot thickens. So on the board, you'll notice it says disk LED there, which I thought would mean that that's what's driving the LED to here. But there's no continuity between those two pads and these two pads, which tells me that there might be a jumper somewhere on this board that I need to connect. So I'm going to see if I can visually follow the two traces here. It looks like this one LED trace is all right. Well, let me see if this is connected to any of these four signals here. Or that one's marked like IND, which I thought might be indication. Here we go. So this is ground. That should be connected to, I would think, ground. Yep. Okay. Those are connected. All right. So is this one connected to any of these signals here? That one's marked WPS, which I suspect is probably the write protect sensor, which is, well, I don't see where the pads for it are, but it's marked WPS there. So somewhere around here. Oh, possibly this read switch. Ah, okay. I bet the, oh, that's what this little plastic doodad is. That, okay, so that little plastic thing, there's a magnet on it. Oh, very interesting. Okay, so this is part of the write protect sensor, because there's a little magnet on this doodad there. Oh, that's probably a Hall effect sensor. Jumper could be on the other side of the board. Let me see if this is connected to any of these other pads, because it might actually mean that it's something else, even though it was marked LED. So disk, LED. Oh, there we go. There's the connection. LED right there. So there is a connection. All right, so this goes into this connector here, and so it's going to be, I think, this pin here, this outer one. Is that it right there? Yep, okay. So that's going to be, here we go. So it's that pin there. Okay, this board, I might actually have, trying to see if it looks like there's any, because there's probably is something connected to it. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it off. So let me see here, because it actually looks like, okay, that's crystal resistors. There's write protect switch there. Let's see if there's anything marked LED on this board here. Because it's interesting, some of these other signals are marked on this board. Because it looks like the write protect sensor's marked there. TP2, J2. Because there's actually a couple unpopulated resistors. There's a diode. There's a jumper there. Diode. Not populated. I don't see anything that's marked LED, but there are a number of unpopulated resistors. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if any of those unpopulated resistor pads are connected to the disk LED. Let me first make sure I got the right pad. Okay, so I'm only going to check the resistors at the moment. Wow, that's very interesting that I'd managed to find it first try. Really? Is that real? Did I really just find the missing resistor first try? Wow. There we go. I think that's why the disk LED is not working. Right there. There's the missing resistor, and I think that's the current limiting resistor for the disk LED right there. I don't think I could do that again if I tried. Just random guess, first try. So if you haven't liked the video before now, that probably deserves a like. Just finding the... All right, now, let me see what value current limiting resistor the Amiga mainboard uses for the power LED. And I'm going to use an equivalent value for the floppy drive LED, so that at least they'll look about the same brightness. So I believe that is not a resistor. Wah, wah. Because that is a capacitor. Okay, I thought the current limiting resistor for that LED was just right there, but that is actually a capacitor. Because it's, okay. Now, this I might actually be able to find more easily because I can just pull up the schematic for the Amiga and yeah, let me pull up the schematics for the Amiga 1000. The power LED is J15. So that's J15. All right, so let me pull up the schematic and find J15 on the Amiga 1000 schematic, and that should tell me what, hopefully will tell me what value resistor they used. Assuming they used, I'm assuming they used a resistor. It's possible they used some other method, but probably a resistor. All right. Let me wait for archive.org to load the schematics, because I think the copy of the schematics they have, yeah, I think the schematics they have are decent. Unfortunately, it's not a PDF copy I found. All right. Let's see here. The joystick ports. Oh, come on. There's got to be a Let me see if I can find a PDF of the schematics. Here we go. Maybe this is a PDF. There we go. Oh wait, these are some redrawn schematics. There might actually be this might be searchable. J15. Phrase not found. Oh, okay. Well, that was a good guess. Page width. All right, let me just manually scan the schematics. I guess I could take my. Let's see here. It's quite possible the power LED, they might just have the power LED on the schematic as an LED and not as a UG jumper. Oh. Oh. Oh, here we go. Oh, that's why. These are the... That's why it didn't find it. I found the PAL schematics. It looks like they used a 330 ohm resistor with a 680 ohm pull down. Wait a minute. Okay, that's just weird. Okay, I know what I'm going to do. It may not be the brightest, but I won't have to go searching for it. Because along with LEDs, I bought a bunch of resistors for another video I'm going to make. It doesn't have to do with the special computer, which actually, since I'm feeling obligated to admit what the computer is now, because Joe contributed for the Floppy Emu. And I'm having trouble keeping the secret. And that resistor might be a little bit too big. Ah, okay. All right, let me first get the current limiting resistor on, and then I'll probably spill the beans. I'd probably manage to spill the beans before the night's over anyways. So after all, it's a lovely 8-bit system. Quite lovely. Oh, and I just realized also I can't see the chat. Ah! All right, so basically what I'm doing is, because I'm just going to dab this resistor on, I'm going to insulate these pads that the resistor is going to travel over. And because I don't know that I can really pull this board out. Because I think there's short connectors on the other side, so I'm going to insulate the pads here and then just tack the resistor on to the 2 pads there. I'm just going to use a 1K resistor because I think that'll be close enough and I don't have to go hunting for it. And since the floppy LED is intermittent anyways, I don't think it'll be as obvious that the LED's probably not as bright. Oh, that's not working the way I wanted it to. Okay, maybe. Let's try that again. Yep, it's an apple. I figured that was probably obvious when I said that, yeah. Well, I mean, it could be another Franklin, but no, it's an apple. Or anyone thinks that Joe's Ace 2000 disappointed him for the last time, and he yeeted it in a box of pool noodles and slapped the first address that came across his desk. I'll show that Justin for ordering yet another blue SCSI. Actually, I haven't ordered any blue SCSIs in a while because I have enough. In fact, I think I've run across so many blue SCSIs that that I've given some away. And I may give a few more away. I may, in fact, I was half tempted to include a blue SCSI or two in my next channel giveaway because I've got, I think, more than I realized. Giving blue SCSIs away, and I'm not even one of the blue SCSI resellers. Okay. So that is, actually, I am going to double check that that is the correct pad, because sometimes I have the memory of a goldfish. Yep, that's the correct pad. Dave's getting warmer. Dave is warm. It wasn't an Apple II. And yes, my offer of a shout out to the first person that guesses the you get close enough. Apple II is not quite close enough. No, Apple III is definitely misses the mark. Well, I think I'm going to need to hold that resistor down. Oh, it's also still kind of warm. As my grandmother would have put it, you'd be warm too if you were stuck to the end of a soldering iron. Usually in response to you grabbing something that just came out of the oven too soon. Okay, Apple II GS is not correct. Also, I kind of consider the Apple II GS as a 16-bit system, but let me see. There were some other guesses. It's definitely not an Apple I. Definitely not a Mac 512K. Hi, Tom Barber. Definitely not an Apple 128K. Apple II is close. It's Apple II is an incomplete guess. If you were on Family Feud, I would have to ask you to be more specific. Nope, Apple II Plus. Oh, Jeremy got it. It is an Apple IIe. That's close enough. I'm not going to expect you was not going to expect anyone to have guessed the exact revision and serial number and manufacturing week. And yeah, it is an Apple IIe. Granted, I guess when I said you're going to be more specific, I was really someone was going to get an Apple XYZ. No, it's not Apple II. It's an Apple IIe. So yes, I do definitely thank Joe for sending me a very. It is the Apple IIe is probably was. I don't exactly have my ranking of computers that I want to get in like strict order, but it's an Apple IIe Platinum. I'm pretty sure it's Platinum. It's somewhat yellowed, but I don't have the list in like. If you go to my website and you look at the list of computers I'm trying to find, it's not in like priority order. I do kind of have sort of a priority in my mind of the order I wanted to get computers. The Apple IIe was like right up there. It might have actually been. It really, at some points, was probably #1 on my list, actually. Even though, because it was the first computer I programmed on. I mean, the first computer I ever used was an Apple II GS, but in reality, the Apple IIe checks enough boxes. It was probably really at the top of my list. So I do thank you, Joe. You probably didn't realize where on my list of computers I wanted it actually fell, but it really was probably #1 or #2. If I had to sit down and rank them. So it is going to be that is why it definitely will be getting some scripted videos about it, and that's why it's going on the special table. And joining it on the special table might very well be my Mac LC, for at least a time. Because that was the first Mac I ever used. Now, that is assuming that the 12-inch RGB monitor I bought off eBay, that the seller made me an offer yesterday, and I took it, and I'm probably still overpaying, but the monitor seems to be in pretty good condition. It is, of course, assuming that RGB monitor works, because that's the only appropriate way for me to put the LC on the special table is with a 12-inch RGB monitor on it. I know everyone's going, ew, yuck, 12 inches. What can you do with that? Well, that's how the LCs were when I was in school. They all had the 12-inch RGB monitor on them. Because apparently, 512 by 384 resolution is all you need to run educational software. Except when it isn't. Okay, now that I put the current limiting resistor on this floppy drive, Is it going to blow up? It probably won't blow up. More importantly, is this LED going to even work? Is the floppy drive still going to work? Or did I manage to get a solder ball somewhere on the other side of that board? Well, there's only one way to find out. And no. Okay. Well, let me see if I even have a voltage. Oh, that was not it. There might be another component that's not populated. Or I got this LED in backwards still. Or I got the LED in backwards, although I thought I checked it. Let me see. Positive, negative. Yeah, it's in right. I got the LED colors backwards. Yeah, floppy drive might need recap. Floppy drive might need many things. All right. Let me take one more look at the floppy drive. You know, actually, I thought that said R19, but that might have been a jumper. Okay, well, let me try the... oh, yeah, that 12-inch monitor may very well need a recap. That's true. Okay, I know these floppy drives don't like to work upside down, but let's just go have to work upside down. I want to... Ah. All right, that spot that I thought was marked R19 is not a... the other side's not connected to where I thought it was. That might actually be a jumper. All right, let's take another look at this floppy drive. Hi, Steve. Welcome. I have apparently turned this into a Justin wants to get this LED on the floppy drive working stream. Because you got to know when the Amiga is trying to read the floppy disk so you don't eject it while it's trying to read it. So apparently, it looks like this might actually be a jumper, not a resistor, even though it says R19 here. That R19 might actually be for something else because it actually says J6 here. So I'm wondering if that's actually was supposed to be a jumper. So I'm wondering where this connects to. And yeah, it'd help if I had the data sheet for this floppy drive. It's not a it's not this. If anyone sees this label, this is because that's That's what the original floppy drive was. This one here's a Xenon something or other, so I don't know if there's a data sheet. And even if there was a data sheet on the internet, I doubt it would tell us what we need to know to get the LED working. All right, so I should be in resistance mode again. So trying to see where this other pad might be connected to. Probably might as well remove that resistor because I think that was the wrong thing to connect. I'm thinking that the LED this other pad might be connected to maybe this TA7774P chip, or might actually be connected to the what looks like maybe the Toshiba floppy controller chip right here. Let me see if I can figure out. I don't see exactly where the trace is going, which it's probably on the other side of the board. I guess I might as well just remove this resistor. It's wrong. All right. The LED does have a solid ground. Well, the problem is the LED is connected to here, but I don't think this pad is connected to anything at the moment. I think there's a, and this might come back to the jumper it needs to be connected to, might be on the other side of this board. I think the problem is the LED, there's something that needs to be jumpered to enable the LED. Let me see if any, I can figure out. Those aren't connected together. That's very open there. Okay. Because the thing is, this floppy drive came out of an Amiga 500. So I don't know how the Amiga 500 does its floppy LED, if it even has one. But the Amiga 1000 does. Interestingly enough, the original floppy drive in this computer that I can't get to work actually has a LED on the drive that but it's not in a place where it lines up with the LED cutout in the faceplate, which leads me to believe it may not actually be the original floppy drive. Because the LED would never line up with anything. You wouldn't be able to see it outside the case. All right, let's see here. No, maybe I should just carefully look here. See if I can see where this trace is going. No, it must be... I do not see where that... So I'm first just going to check these unpopulated locations, thinking that maybe one of them held a resistor or some other component to connect the LED, and it's unpopulated to save a couple cents. The odd thing is I looked on the Amiga 1000 motherboard because I thought maybe the LED is actually there, but no, only the power LEDs on the motherboard. Also, that's the interesting thing. I don't remember removing the LED on the floppy drive because the old floppy drive doesn't have a LED connector on it. There's not like a random LED on a wire floating around in my Amiga parts. Not that I necessarily took it apart in the best way. I should have done a Google search. Or does the Amiga 1000 have a battery in it? Because I just hastily opened it thinking it might have a battery in it. I should have been more organized when I disassembled it. Which normally the Amiga 1000 does not have an LED in it. Only if you added an upgrade card might it have one. I guess there could have been an upgrade card in it that I didn't know about, but yeah, no, some of these locations I'm checking are doubtfully going to be the LED. All right, I guess I can check the... Let me... see if any of these pins are connected to the LED. See if they're connected to this pad. That's going to the LED pad. If I find a connection to that pin on one of these chips, then that just might mean that maybe it never worked. Maybe the LED pads won't work. Yes, Rudy, I will be ordering my Floppy Emu sooner rather than later. So thank you again, Rudy, for helping me acquire a Floppy Emu. It will help so much in Mac and Apple II debugging. It's quite honestly beginning to look like if I want an LED for, I may just have to use the GoTech. Okay, are any of these resistors connected? Oh, I guess they'd be connected to that pin there. Just thought I'd check. Nope. Nope. I might have to try to remove this board to solve this mystery. Or just decide to fix the STL, or, well, figure out what display the 3D models are designed to use. Because actually, the one on that's currently on my GoTech is kind of a bit tall to be able to see it through the floppy slot. So I probably really do want to use whatever display the models are designed for so that I can read the display. Maybe I might. Hi, Garth. Welcome. You might notice the patient. I thought it would be as simple as putting an LED on it so that I could have the LED on the faceplate, because I found where the LED pads were. But by golly, I think there's something that's not populated on it. Let's actually, I guess the other good thing is, let me take this top off, because, you know, I don't know if I've ever lubricated this. Yeah. No, this is an Amiga stream, Garth. And this is the floppy drive that got a Monty Python inspired unboxing. I guess the one good thing is I can actually lubricate the drive if I do this. Assuming I don't, like, irreparably break something. Might also be able to disconnect the cables that are connected that would prevent me from removing this one board. which actually would then let me get to the rails very easily to lubricate it. All right. This is seeming like a win-win, which hopefully won't turn into a triple whammy lose. All right. After all, if Eric can repair 800K floppy drives, then surely I can add an LED to an Amiga floppy drive. Well, if not, I will soon be able to have my own fun repairing 800K floppy drives. I don't know what inspired me to this morning, but I ordered some floppy drive gears from Mac Effects this morning. I guess maybe it might have been the fact that the my Mac SE cap kits were coming in. All right, so let's see. Are those the only cables connected between these two boards? Those two, and there we go. Ah, all right, and I'll have easy access to the rails. Oh, interesting. All right. So this one pad here that looked like was connected to the LED. Let me set that aside somewhere where it will be safe unless I manage to knock something else over. All right, so this one pad here. Okay, so that one, there must be a trace on the top side of the board because there's that one on the bottom side and it's not connected to anything on the bottom side. And it looks like there we go. Just zoomed in just too close. Okay, so this other pad goes to, so that's only connected on the top side of the board. So I can't see the trace. Okay, it looks like that trace goes from here and it's under this connector. It goes there. This is connected to this on the bottom side of the board. I don't know how I didn't notice that, but maybe I went too fast. Okay, so this oh, this might be okay. I think I might see the so I think this is a jumper. So maybe there I was supposed to put a resistor here. So I think these are two jumper pads that maybe I need to connect one of them. So I think here's the jumper. Yep. Okay, so here's one of the two pins. Here's the other pin. And it's connected to a fairly substantial trace, which actually, if I had to guess, might actually be 5 volts, maybe? Yeah, that's 5 volts. So it looks like if I had to guess, what I need to do is connect a jumper here and then put the resistor here. Or what I could do, well, I just could put the resistor between these two. Yeah. Let me see if I can't put the resistor between these two pins right here. And actually, because I want to be a little, I'm going to actually not use a 1K ohm. I'm going to use a slightly smaller or larger resistor. I'm going to use a 3.3K ohm. That way, there's less current involved if I'm wrong, and I can always come back and swap it for a 1K if this works. I'm also not going to bother with making it look pretty right away. I just want to see if the LED works, but I think this might be the rest of the mystery. Actually, it makes a lot of sense. Wait a minute. That doesn't make any sense now that I think about it. Because that's just going to connect the LED to 5 volts. Oh. That needs to be a transistor. Q1. I bet that's transistor. That's jumper 6. That's PJ6. Q1, that needs to be a transistor, and that needs to be the resistor. So no, I don't want to jumper that, otherwise the LED will be on all the time. This is a... Hold please, while I try to figure out what I did with the part that has the model number on it. It's a 354. If you have the 354 instructions, I'll... but I think the... Yeah, I think I need a transistor. Yep. I need a transistor and a resistor. And I don't know what kind of transistor that's supposed to be. I probably don't have it on hand. I mean, I might have something on hand that'll work. I guess all I really need to know if it's supposed to be an NPN or a PNP. Oh, I might be able to figure this out, though. Because I think this is where the emitter needs to go. And is the collector the one that would connect to 5 volts? Base. Might be base collector emitter here. Because this looks like the pin for the transistor that's connected to probably whatever is trying to drive the LED. This is 5 volts, and this would be connected to the LED through this resistor that I think it's supposed to be a resistor here. So, and it's probably, I don't know why I want to say NPN resistor, which I might have a couple floating around. Jeremiah, hey, welcome. You've got me trying to figure out how to get the LED on my Amiga 1000 to work when the floppy drive is running. And now I'm trying to remember where I think I figured out what I need. Just guessing, and somewhere I've got some transistors. I'm just gonna full send here. I think I got this figured out. The worst that's gonna happen is I just have to go to plan B, and that's put the GoTech in the thing. That's voltage reference. That's the wrong thing. So many little component bags that could hold transistors. So few that actually will. Let's see here. All right, I know I've got some. Let's see here. No, that's not what I want. That's, I don't think, what I want. Okay, I found where all my spare transistors are. I just need to find a bag that says NPN on it. I don't think it really matters what NPN transistor I try. I just need one that, let's see. I think this. All right. Okay. I think I've got some transistors in my hand. One of them is an NPN, and one of them is a PNP. Oh, awesome. And Steve just sent me a link, or put a link in the chat for the EAP hoodie. All right, let's see here. SA733. That is a PNP transistor, not the one I want, which means the SC536 is going to be the NPN transistor. SC536F, that is not a datasheet website. Oh. Sometimes I forget I have a component tester. It'll actually give me everything I need to know here. All right. I think this is the NPN transistor I was looking for. Yes. Emitter, collector, base. All right. So it needs to go in emitter. Okay, there's a method to my madness here. I need to flip pins 2 and 3. Okay. Oh. So that means all right. Oh, this is going to be fun, fun, fun. All right. Oh, wait a minute. This isn't 2SC36F. All right. This is the point of the stream where I am going to see, try to find the heat shrink tubing that is on my bench somewhere. There's probably a better transistor. This is definitely I think this is going to work, therefore I'm just going for it. All right, let's remove the solder. Oh, and I'm off screen. All right. So this transistor needs to go in like this. I will find actually, if this works, I will find a better transistor. If this doesn't work, then that probably means I need to try the PNP transistor where I got it completely backwards. Therefore, I'll just be very careful with this. I'll find a surface mount one, or I'll have to find a smaller transistor if this works. Okay. Because it's not going to fit on the Amiga like this. All right. And then I have, this is a 3.3 k ohm resistor. I'm just being very, if this does work, I don't want to like draw a lot of current. Hi, Thomas. I'm still working on the floppy drive, and I am winging it, so this could be dangerous. I think I found the missing components that prevent the LED from working. I have ever so lovingly attached them to the board. I will have to find better options if this works. Basically, I figured out through some investigating after pulling the board off that it appeared as if there was a missing transistor and a resistor. So yes, someone probably got a bonus for saving the money by not populating those two cheap components that weren't needed without the LED on the board. Of course, that does save money in the long run, because what end user is ever going to try to put the LED back on the floppy drive after it ships? All right. Do not try this at home. I am a professional driver. Professional driver, closed course, do not attempt. There we go. I have given the required disclaimer. And besides, probably the worst that could happen is I'll fry Paula and just have to buy another Paula chip, because Paula is connected to the floppy drive. Luckily, Paula is in reasonable supply these days. Paula being one of the 3 chips in the chipset. Although that's why I picked a 3.3 K resistor, is because it was, I probably won't fry anything if I'm wrong. It'll limit the downside. All right. No time like the present. Let me find the kickstart disk that doesn't want to work that well in this floppy drive, but all right, 3, 2, 1. And I don't have an LED. However, I at least have something I can check now. All right, to the silly scope. All right. Yeah, it's Amiga startup when your kickstart floppy is apparently bad. Apparently all of my Amiga kickstart floppies are bad, but I guess that's fine. All I really need to know is does the LED turn on? All right. Silly scope time. Yeah, it might be that. It might just need a 600 ohm resistor. Or I've got the wrong transistor. Something told me it was an NPN transistor. I could be wrong. It might be a PNP transistor. It's also possible there's yet another component that needs to be populated. Yeah, there's not a signal on either of those two pins of the transistor. I think the middle pin, though, is 5 volts. I should see. Okay, yeah, that's 5 volts. Okay. This pin here is what I believe is the signal that something should be generating that is the LED. And I don't see anything on the oscilloscope, so I think there's another component that's... Okay, let's go back to the... I did not see any signal on the I'm just checking some of these other unpopulated components, thinking that maybe there's one last thing I need to do. Nope. Bingo. Aha. There we go. There's an unpopulated diode on the board that I believe needs to be connected. So let me see here. Let me kind of get an idea of, there's some other diodes on the board. Let me get an idea if they're like 0.58 volt drop, 0.57. Oh yeah, that's... Yep, I need to connect that diode. Jeremy, I got that component tester off eBay several years ago. It's just like one of the pre-assembled generic component testers. I guess it works decently well. If you can manage it. I've got another one on my bench somewhere. If I can figure out what I did with it, I kind of like it a little better. I found it the other day. It was in a box that I didn't realize I'd put it in. Because this one's came with one of those acrylic cases you have to screw together, which makes it really difficult to change the battery. I think I got another one. It didn't cost that much more. Oh, here it is. And it's of the type that it's not in one of these screw together acrylic cases that makes it difficult to change the battery. I think it also has a color screen, but I really got it because it makes it easy to change the battery, and doesn't try to fall apart every time you try to use it. So I would probably recommend, now that I've pulled it out and put the battery in it, I would recommend one of these, just because the cases, I mean, yeah, they're nice, they're cheaper, but the case is a pain in the rear. I'd get one of these because easier to change the battery because there's actually a battery door. Color screen, I could care less. I mean, it's nice that it has a color screen, but it's the convenience of the battery, and the case isn't trying to fall apart on you all the time. That's the best. And yeah, I need to get a new battery. Somewhere I've got some 9-volt batteries. All right, let me pull this board back off and put a diode in the spot for the diode that needs one. I'm just going to use what I have. And that's just going to be I think it's like a standard generic diode. I think wait, let me see. I might actually have a better diode if I can remember what I did with them. Because actually I think that's it might be a Schottky diode. Because it has a lower voltage drop on it. Let me see if I've got some diodes here that have a lower voltage drop on it. Actually, whichever diodes I find first. I was not expecting to find that I needed to add a diode. Resistors I kind of might have expected, and I had some handy. Transistor, yeah, wouldn't have guessed that. Diode, wouldn't have guessed that. So first diode I found that's not like a totally weird diode. I'll go back later, and because I'll have to get some that'll actually fit the space, so I'll have to order some parts to actually finish the repair. Oh, what do you know? This repair is not finishing tonight. I might get, hopefully we'll get the LED working tonight, but I'm going to have to order some smaller components that'll actually fit in the space provided. Or at least find a transistor that I don't have to cross two of the pins over, because then I might just be able to fold it over. And I mean, the diode I have might actually fit. It's going to be that transistor that's going to be the problem. All right, we have a winner. I found a diode. It's just a standard diode, so it's going to have a 0.7 voltage drop. If the circuit's doing what I think it's doing, it'll probably be fine for at least what we're doing here. It's a 0.17 voltage drop. Well, that might not actually be fine. Okay. I'll use it anyways. Well, if the diode... okay, somewhere I've got some smaller diodes. Let me take one last look, because that diode is not really meeting the criteria that I wanted. And the diodes I was looking for might actually be floating around on my workbench. Or not. Never mind. Okay. I'll find them later. At least the board was marked with this where the stripe goes. All right. Diode is in. I know all the components are like, these components just don't fit. I will find the appropriate ones later. Mainly, the diodes I'm looking for, I just have to remember what I bought them for, and that'll probably tell me where they've managed to hide. Yeah, I think the one I was looking for is like a 1N something 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 something. I don't remember the model. It's like a I think it's got like about a well, that one might actually be fine. I think I just bought some lower current drop ones. This did seem to have a fairly low current drop. All right. Professional driver, closed course, do not attempt. And yeah, no, floppy drives don't really like being upside down, but floppy drives also, actually, I'll put it sideways. I'll put it sideways this time. There's a trade-off between upside down and right side up. It's sideways. All right. Oh, and let's see here. I blocked the IR port on my scaler. No, unblocked it. Let's see, that should be the correct input. 1, 2, 3. Oh, hey, wait a minute. You see that? The LED's working. Although, interestingly enough, it doesn't seem to be always working when I expect it to. Because the LED is still on even though the drive stopped reading, which is weird. But if I eject the disk, then the LED stays on. Now, if I insert the disk, the LED turns off, but then it starts blinking. So I don't know if that's a sign that I used the wrong transistor. But yeah, I have light. Might not be working the way I expect it to, but I have light. Yeah, it could be the transistor. It might actually, you know, that's true. It might be the transistor. Maybe this transistor is way too sensitive. That might be it. Or it has, because this was a transistor that I had for building a synthesizer. And this transistor may have way too high of a gain. Or, you know, the microcontroller might actually be actually, no, it's actually, I think it's another problem. I don't think it's the transistor. I think the think there's a missing pull-down resistor. Yeah, Jeremiah, it's possibly that. In fact, it's probably, yeah. I probably just need a 2N2222. Yeah, Thomas, that's probably it. I mean, after all, I was just doing this with parts I had on hand to see what might be needed to get the LED to turn on. I think I may need to search deeper. I think I've got some less sensitive transistors somewhere. I just got to search for them. Somewhere else I have a diode that'll fit. So, yeah, I just need to search my parts. Well, I need to order some things from Jamco, so maybe I just ought to order a transistor assortment from them. Anyways, so I guess what I've got here, and this will be where I'm going to start to close the stream for tonight because it's kind of getting late. So I've got the floppy drive for the Amiga. I've discovered that I do need a resistor here. The LED is not very bright, so I'm going to need a smaller resistor. Probably a 330 ohm if I have it, to match brightness with the Amiga, because I think that's what it's using. I need a different transistor. This one's probably too sensitive, but at least it proved that I do need a transistor here. Ideally, if I can read the parts on these two transistors here, I suspect this one is going to be the same. So I'll try to read the part number on these. Actually, let me see if I can get my little microscope untangled. It's like horribly tangled. Might be able to read it now. All right. Warning, nausea cam. Potential for nausea cam. And I know it's sideways. So that is a Mitsubishi. No, that's not Mitsubishi. National D636-S. And I think the other one, the D636-S. Okay, and that's National, also known as Panasonic. But they're the Japanese national company. So I just need to find some D636s or whatever those are. That'll probably guide me to the correct transistor. So I get that. Probably 330 ohm resistor to match brightness. Find a smaller diode. I know I've got one somewhere. And I am actually wondering if one of these resistors here is maybe a pull down on the output that's controlling the LED. So I'm probably going to need to add like a 1K ohm somewhere. So I'll look. Yeah. Transistor needs a bias resistor. Yeah, there is probably a missing resistor somewhere. I just got to figure out, is it these pads? Is it these pads? Or somewhere over here. Somewhere, yeah, I think there's another resistor that's not populated that's connected, and I just need to figure out which one it is. But that does prove that I should be able to get the LED working. So awesome. That tells me what I need to go find. But yeah, it's getting close to midnight. So I'm not going to try to work on this floppy drive anymore. I'm also going to have to rename my stream because the other annoying thing is, I thought this was, I thought this was going to be the awesome stream where I revealed how nicely the Parcero 2 worked, and yet disappointment. Well, you know, maybe I'm going to give this one more try. Plug that firmly in. I'll plug in the GoTech. Maybe there's something going on. I guess maybe I can check the, let me make sure this RAM expansion's plugged in all the way. All right. Sure enough. All right, I'm turning the GoTech to the Kickstart disk to see if it... Actually, I think it's going to give me a workbench prompt if it... All right. Okay, actually, I'm turning it to the workbench on the GoTech. Yeah. I can't tell what the Parcero is doing. It looks like it's trying to boot. I'm wondering if I'm wondering if either the drive image got corrupted or... what? Because I actually had it working before I put the motherboard back in the case. That's the... Okay. And I know I've got it in right because I have not taken it out of the case it came in, and the text on the side is right set up. Yeah, the warning says text should not be upside down, and the text is not. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna try. Let me try a different Kickstart version. Maybe. I know this will be really weird. Actually, one of these Kickstart versions might actually let me hold the mouse button down. Or there's no Kickstart ROM in that position on the Parcero. All right, let me try the other switch position. I don't know what the gray screen means, but I don't remember what it means right offhand, but it might have something to do with there's no Kickstart ROM in the... It actually looks like it's okay, well that looks even more ominous. Okay, let me see what this times out to. I know the screen is black, but it looks like it's trying to boot. And if this is the Kickstart version, I think it is, the screen might be black for a reason. And I think this should be Kickstart 3.1, 3.2, 3 something that should run on this machine, with since it's got the Parcero in it because it has enough RAM. Although I don't know, maybe the 68010 processor's causing that problems. But no, it didn't boot with the 68000. Yeah, I'll have to go look at the troubleshooting for this. Oh, there we go. Wait a minute. Oh. Nah, it gave up on booting the Parcero. But I got sysinfo running. Green is Kickstart not working. Okay, I don't know what gray is. So Kickstart version 47.102. Okay, so at least the Kickstart ROMs on the Parceros seem to be working. Oh, I didn't plug the mouse in. All right, let me see what it sees in terms of boards. All right, so in terms of memory, there's the 8 megs of fast RAM from the Parcero, 256K of slow RAM. Okay, that's the writable. That's the WCS. There's the 512K of chip RAM. Okay, so it sees the RAM from the Parcero. See boards. Okay, there's the Parcero memory. So it sees that. Drives. There's the floppy drive. Oh. That's the GoTech. Of course, the GoTech's fast. So the ROM, let's see. So the memory on the Parcero seems to be working, and the ROMs on it seem to be working, but it won't boot from it. That seems to point to... I'm going to run the benchmark, though, with this version of Kickstart. So that would seem to point to maybe the file system on my Parcero got trashed. Wow. This version of Kickstart might actually like the 68010 because I think my MIPS went up and my dry stones went up. Yay. That's nice. Yeah, it would look like my, I want to set up the Parcero file system again. All right, well, I guess at least most of it works. Although, honestly, if I'm going to have to set up the file system again, I might as well, well, maybe I'll set up Kickstart 3.2. Well, no, actually, I'll probably set up 1.3 because I don't... wouldn't be able to install 3.2 or whatever it is right offhand. I'm probably just going to have to break down and get the Amiga Forever from Cloanto. All right, I'm gonna try one more time. No, it really does look like it's, I've switched back to Kickstart 1.3. It really does look like it's trying to boot. I see the Parsero LED flashing. It'll like do a lot of little flashes and then a big long one, and then it looks like it restarts the pattern. I think the file system's trashed on it. It looks like it tries to boot several times and then eventually falls back to the floppy disk, which I've got the sysinfo loaded on it. So, that's a pity. And you know, the thing is, I kind of thought to myself, you know, should I write an image of this Parsero image before I use it? And then didn't get around to it, so shame on me. I may, I'll reach out to the Parsero individual. He said if I had any trouble, let him know. Although I think the instructions do say how to set up a new file system, but I might also do the my bad, I corrupted my micro SD. Could I like mail you my SD card back and would you be able to re-image it for me? And then I'll make a backup this time. Because he had it preloaded with a lot of software and whatnot. So there we go. I think it just gave up booting off the micro SD. And it's booting off the floppy drive now. So yeah. Looks like I trashed the file system of the Parsero. But at least it looks like I'll be able to get the LED on my floppy drive working. Yay! That's actually one of the things I wanted to restore on this system was actually having a working floppy drive LED. So, well, that's annoying. A guru meditation. Well, you know, I think this Amiga's just wants attention because it just guru meditated on me. And now on the reboot, it's stuck on the light gray screen. All right. I think I'm going to call it, this Amiga's jealous. It doesn't want to leave the workbench. So it looks like I'll probably have another Amiga stream sometime. And figure out what is... maybe the Amiga just guru meditates for no reason sometimes. I'm kind of wondering if maybe I got a RAM chip that's marginal. And I got to restore the image on the Parsero, so I might as well pull the micro SD card out. But yeah, I guess at least I figured out what I need to do to the floppy drive, other than finding either the bias resistor or the pull down resistor for the transistor. I'll do that off stream because I'll need to know that before I order parts. And then I'll be able to get the floppy drive working, and I'll lubricate it while I've got it open. The Parsero, that's probably what I'll stream. Probably the next stream will be the Parsero, and I'll kind of we'll reset it up on a stream and kind of show you what it can really do. And hopefully I don't have to, hopefully these guru meditations are just like something up with the bad file system on this Parsero and not something slowly going wrong with the Amiga. Although if it keeps doing it, my first suspect is one of these RAM chips, original RAM chips is going bad. The thing is, none of them are MOSTech, so there's no no obvious suspects of which one's bad. I'm actually pulling open the chip RAM upgrade module because I think they're NEC memory or Hitachi memory chips. Yeah, they're Hitachi memory chips on the upgrade board, and they're I can't read the writing on the ones on the main board, but I think they might be Hitachi as well, or NEC. I was thinking there was NEC memory somewhere. I mean, maybe the chip RAM up. Actually, what I probably need to do is maybe just get Amiga test kit. So, and then I can run a memory test. That might be what I need to do. If I start to get to thinking there's a marginal memory chip, I'll get the Amiga test kit image. So anyways, yeah, I guess for now, the Amiga is not fixed. It just doesn't want to leave the workbench. Ha! But yay, I'll be getting a Floppy Emu soon. So big thank you to Rudy and Joe for slamming my coffee goal out of the park. And with that, I'm going to make sure I have my mouse on the correct button to click. And with that, I would like to wish everyone a great evening. And don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe if you aren't already, because this Amiga will be back on the workbench, along with other great computers, such as the Apple IIe that I spilled the beans on. And that is thanks to Joe for the Apple IIe. I do have a TRS-80 that will start making an appearance in September for Septandy. And I did show off that I have a capacitor kit for the Mac SE that's behind me. So I've got all fun things to get some of these great vintage computers back up and running. And not everything will be as mundane, although certainly hasn't been as mundane as I thought it was, as just trying to get the LED working on the floppy drive. Man, is that a little harder than I thought it would be. But yeah, have a great rest of your day, and I hope to see you next time. So take care. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.